All right. Happy Saturday, everybody. If you're on YouTube or on the VOD, appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a good weekend. All these years later, that song still has not gotten old for me. Such a good song. And if I remember correctly, that was the first one more extra stage that Corske had too. Alright, well, let's keep warming up and waking up, shall we? Hey, Gavelia! Wonderful to see you. Yeah, definitely doing a lot better. The past week was one of the worst I've had in a while in terms of anxiety and depression. So, yeah, it is very good to be here. Hope you are doing well. As always, appreciate the well wishes. Side. Yeah, I was gonna say, because I remember hearing that like early last week was supposed to be quote unquote the worst of it, but yeah, hope you've been managing okay. that was a little rough around the edges. Hey, Princess! Wonderful to see you as well. Good luck on your journeys. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, man. Yesterday, it was just like, I'm gonna log off Twitter. But people keep having the best reactions. So, yeah, yesterday was just me and my popcorn and just enjoying the view. Yeah, Cuvelia, Princess, Journeys, wonderful to have you all here. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Appreciate you making me a part of it. I haven't played this in quite some time. What's your watch, Princess? Lots of interesting gallops on that chart. Hey, Mr. Smix! Wonderful to see you. It's a cutie slapping keys. Where? Because I don't see any. Alternate scratch block. Love it. Thank you, Mix. Appreciate that. Yeah, Princess, thank you for that request. You haven't put that in ages. Let's see, Mix is here, so... Yeah, hope you had a good dance session yesterday. Appreciate you tuning in to say hi today.
死神にゃにゃにゃ今日はあなたの命日ですよにゃにゃにゃ天国行きでちゅかそれとも地獄行きでちゅか新年からのお楽しみさあさ心配無用帰宅しないにゃすぐに終わりまちゅうたらね緊張をするにゃ優しくしてにゃあたちも初めて出たよこのボタン押せば
バカな妹手に負えないぜ
相手は自爆
お前が押したら自爆じゃねえよ
お迎えお迎え自爆だぞ死ぬんだにゃ自爆は自爆の大やつ本当は天使
おいこら死神どこ行った
無敵の
中学2年の病気です
Our accuracy today is hot garbage, but that's okay. One of these days, I'm dancing to this song at one of the clubs. That reminds me, there's a recent remix / music artist I found on YouTube that you might be interested in. Right. So let's see. Oh yeah, we haven't said hi to Taka featuring Wig in a while, have we, Journeys? And as always, Mitch, appreciate that request. No, I'm not the only person saying this, but I do wish that Taka did like more rock stuff like that, because like Memories isn't bad. Like, it's a bop. It's a good song. Yeah, that is something worth remembering. Like, remember, like, when some of these folks got started in Bimani, like, they were our age. And now they're almost ready to retire. Like, it's been 20, 25 years. Much obliged, Journeys. Let's see, this is... Right, Axiom from Hurlverse. Before we jump into this request from Cuvelia, and again, thank you everybody for being here. As always, whether you're saying hi in chat or just getting your lurk on, or if you're, watching on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much for making me a part of your day. Really do appreciate it. Also, if you are new to the stream, first off, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved in the music game community. First hour, I'll take +6. Good stuff. And hey, Amazing Shake! Wonderful to see you. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you tuning in to say hi. Yeah, much obliged for that request, Cuvelia. Thank you for the raised kudos as well. Yeah. Doesn't matter if it's +600 or +6. PBs are PBs. We take those. Yeah, Amazing Shake. Now you followed a couple months ago, but I think that might be your first message in chat. Regardless, wonderful to have you here. Alright, so we do have a block in the queue. I'm honestly not sure, Cuvelia, which one that would be. I'm guessing it's one of like the more two-step style songs. In the meantime, though, let's quickly do something for funsies. me. Nice. All right, so we'll do that next. I'm all for some synth beds as well, Journeys. Yeah, I was about to say it's like not what I would have expected to hear in terms of like crossovers for Yubi, but yeah, sure. This song's super fun. Yeah, I haven't played Catch Me in a while. It's a shame too because the for the especially the Hyper and the Another, they definitely have some old doubles chart jank to them, which is unfortunate. What's more unfortunate is that song fades out and we never got a long version. Whew. Such a good song. I'm glad we still have the overlays too, because we did lose a lot of the older overlays from around this era and earlier. HD is gonna HD.
Can you make you love me? 溶け合う夢に空をれてゆくの Let me, can you make you love me? 感じたままに今は
good song. Not an opinion I would have thought of Qvelia, but I agree. In regards to Eri being a more mature sounding vocalist for Mimani at the time, yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, like the more I'm thinking about it, yeah, because a lot of other vocalists were a little bit more on like the lighter, more pop side, where she has not quite like I would say like a sultry tone, but yeah, just a bit more mature, like just older. And yeah, saying it as a compliment. Yeah, you're not wrong. Good control. Yeah, strongly agree, Qvelia. Strongly agree. Much obliged for the request. Alright, so 20 minutes before the hour, let's do 2 more, and then we'll kick off the first block in the queue. So Journeys is asking for Silly Love, and after that Amazing Shake's asking for Howling, and then at that point we'll kick off the first block, I think. Such a good song. Man, I remember the hype on this, and I just was baffled by. I'm like, song can't be that good. Love being wrong. Song. Like again, it's a lot of just the underlying work in that song. So much fun. Much obliged, Journeys. Yeah, I forgot about that. Thank you, Journeys, in regards to the vocal section for Mendez. True, true. All right, one more. Then we'll be kicking off our first block of the day. But first, Basic Shake's asking for Howling. Remember the song got a lot of flack when it first came out? Mainly for the vocals, but honestly, solid work from Pond. And before we jump into Howling again, thank you all so much for being here. I know we've got a few folks in chat. Also have a couple folks that are getting their lurk on. And also, if you're here either on the VOD or on YouTube, regardless of how you are here, again, thank you for making me a part of your day, everybody. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday. surprisingly early on that, but we'll take it. Yeah, like I'll still make fun of that song in regards to the video does look like my first iMovie edit, but beyond that, like I'm not sure why that song got as much flack as it did when it first came out. Good stuff. Yeah, I haven't heard that in a while though. Much obliged, shit. Thank you. Yeah, 130 over 50. That's a little bit of an eyebrow raise. We'll keep an eye on that for now. For right now, though, let's kick off our first block of the stream. So we have an alternate scratch block. Floors Days, Please Don't Go, Spin the Disc, Backspin Sweeper, and Beat Juggling Mix. A lot of atypical picks for a potential scratch block. Much appreciated, Journeys. Let's get to it. It's kind of asking you not to pick flowers. Let's second, just have some digital housekeeping. All right. Take -19. In my day, Noria rapped in her songs and we liked it. Yeah, sour please. Asking once again to not pick the flowers. So, Journeys, is that basically just like any song with the serious BGAs? One down, 4 to go. Up next, some classic athletics. Also, Cuvelier is asking for a moment of positivity, and I do want to stay relatively on schedule. Had a slightly late start today, so just a quick reminder. You matter. You are valid. You deserve to be happy. I know that I missed streaming the past week because I was having a lot of trouble, especially the past couple days. Honestly, some of the worst my anxiety and depression's been in years. But one of the ways that I was able to get through it was just remembering that it was temporary. It wasn't permanent. Things can always change, and to be blunt, yeah, they can change for the worse, but they can also change for the better. Any effort you're putting in to try and change things to be more in the direction that you want is still effort spent and positive change. Doesn't matter if it's only a little bit of progress or a ton. So try to remember to acknowledge those efforts and celebrate what successes you have. Because nothing worse than actually putting in the work and then not giving yourself credit for it. Again, you matter. You are valid. You deserve to be happy. And the world is always a better place because of you being in it. And for what it's worth, I'm incredibly grateful to have you all here. Such a bop. Yeah, such a classic. Strongly agree. Like, I do wish we had more athletics in Infinitas, but nah, it is what it is. All right, 2 down, 3 to go in the alternate scratch block, and again, Journeys. Thank you. Up next, one of my faves, at least for DDR anyways, especially from the Extreme Forever era. So it is a couple minutes before the hour, but we've got this and 2 more songs. Then at that point, we'll be taking our first stretch break. such a bop. Absolutely love that song. Hey, Elandre! Wonderful to see you. I did get that DM a couple days ago. I'm guessing you did another Gitadora stream. Hope that went well. No news on the job yet. I'm likely going to have more follow-up on Monday, but given the way that usually things start off with IT and contract work, the responses I've been getting on this, I'm pretty positive. So, fingers crossed. Thank you for the well wishes on that, though. Appreciate that, Journeys. What resolution am I streaming at? It should be 1280 by 720 at 120 FPS. I used to be at 2440, but now I'm just at what should be 720p. Alright, so we've got 2 more to go in the alternate scratch block. Up next, song I keep meaning to play more frequently. The exact output? It should be, so my, in OBS, my canvas is 2440 by 1600, and then I have that down to, what is it, 1280 by 720, I think? But it should just be 720p for the output, and then for the FPS, it should be 120. So... basically, I always try to set up my my stream so that I've got the gameplay as large as possible. That's why I only have a little bit of the gameplay field shrunk a bit to squeeze in like chat and my webcam and whatnot, and the banner at the top. But yeah, if you're having trouble with your output, let me know specifically, and I'd be happy to like take a look at your overlay and try and help out. I was hoping to hang on to that double. I'll take -10 though. It's such a good song. I know it's DJ Toto, but that always just like really sounds like Program Frog or Azazai, the Expander versus Camellia song from Copula. Such a good chart too. Those backspins are really well timed. Yes, it is. So Timepiece was the limit, one of two possible limit breaks in Tricoro, which were boss songs that were crossovers from other games. What's unfortunate is Timepiece Hyper is an 11, and oh god, it is a marathon. Like, I will have to like stop the stream if I were to play that chart. It is such an endurance hit. But you can always play the normal. For right now, though, we've got one more to go in the alternate scratch block. And again, Journeys, thank you. And then after that, we'll take our first stretch break. Such a good song, but that's Softland.
Breakdown.
Right back up in you, right back up in you, right back up in you.
Break it down.
Right back up in you.
Break it down.
Right back up in you.
Break it down.
Right back up. Right back up. Right.
Such a good song. Just that chart. It's a shame. But Journeys, much obliged for that alt scratch block. Appreciate it. For right now, though, it's a couple of minutes past the hour, so it's time for us to take our first stretch break. Maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, gotten some water. That's what I'm going to be doing. And I invite you to join me. And remember, if there's somebody you haven't heard from in a while, even just a simple message of, hey, how are you doing? Could be a world of difference. So just be sure that you're checking on the folks that you care about. I'll see all of you delightful folks in 180 seconds. Alright, welcome back everybody! Before we jump into more songs and shenanigans, again, thank you all so much for being here. Whether you're saying hi in chat or just lurking and vibing, or if you're on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much for making me a part of your day. And if you are new to the stream, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is helping folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. So we just wrapped up an alternate scratch block from Good Luck on Your Journeys. Thank you. Up next, Yoladra is asking for Timepiece Phase 2. Yeah, this was a heck of a boss song as the Limit Burst Extra stage, or one of two Limit Burst Extra stages for Gidadora. But yeah, neither of these 11s are to be trifled with, so we will just do the normals for now. Yeah, really great song to cross over, and like given the nature of the Limit Break event, like just incredibly smart choice. Right. Still had soft lane on for beat juggle. One more once. Prove stream just finished. Oh boy. That sounds like a hustle. Such a good song. Yeah, much like at least 100 Seconds and Concertino, just really good representation of like what the heart and soul of Gidadora is. Alright, let's see. So again, Yoladra, much obliged for that request. So we've got our next block in the queue. It's a Kaneko Hoshino block. First, we've got a couple additionals from Qvelia and Good Luck on Your Journeys. So we've got a reminder, we were talking about Eri earlier. So she did the vocal part in Mendez. Let's put some pep in our step. expecting to be a little bit more further off. We'll take it, though. Hey, Julius! Wonderful to see you! Yeah, it's been a bit, mainly just because, to be blunt, past week, my anxiety and depression were, really bad. Like, some of the worst it's been in years. Luckily, doing better today, so, you know, here's hoping this is a change for the near future. Wonderful to see you, though. Appreciate the good vibes, as always. Hope you've been well. And again, Journeys, much obliged for that request. Let's see, up next. In addition to some of the other songs in the upcoming block, Billy's asking for, quote-unquote, the happiest kind of Koshino song. Strong contender, I'd say. Good stuff. Yeah, there's a couple videos where you can tell, like, they actually, like, just had fun with the production of either the song or the video. Yeah, I've noticed that on Twitter, Q-Video. Like, I saw one person doing a custom course for a machine, that it was just all feel it. And Yuka! Thank you so much for the resub! Gosh, 16 months, wow. Thank you so much. Wonderful to see you. Appreciate the good vibes. Now, as always, Camellia, thank you for that request. Let's see, up next. Journeys is asking for anything that has the serious BGA, saying, I'm once again asking you not to pick the flowers. Let's go with... Remember, this crossover was a huge surprise for folks, myself included.
Twilight turns to night, and the sight, this endless hour, moonlight, cries and she smiles.
Thousands of souls falling in this world. Well, all my fighting for since love I've lost long time ago.
Such a good crossover from Poppin'. Ooh. Yeah, that would actually be a good candidate for a Get a Door crossover. Yeah, you're not wrong, Kivelia. I forgot to turn on the AC. Back in a flash. Yeah, that was an amazing crossover. Took a bunch of folks by surprise because it was super late and serious too in regards to like when it showed up. Great stuff though. Journeys, much obliged for the request. Let's see up next. Right, the meme of the week, thanks to BPL. And again, Journeys, Kivelia, thank you for the requests. And also, thank you all so much for being here. Got a few folks in chat, some folks getting their lurk on. Also, if you're here either on the VOD or on YouTube, appreciate you making me a part of your day no matter what. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. I'll take that triple -4. Yeah, classic RAM. Yeah, not bad at all. Much obliged, Kivelia. And up next, we have a request from Good Luck on Your Journeys that is just an emoji of a fax machine. We're going to quickly update something behind the scenes. Just hoping to hang on to the double. Excellent stuff. And again, good song. Just, oof, that chart. Some decisions were made. Much obliged, Journeys. Let's get next. Which one is this? Cannonball is. Right. Let's put some pep in our step. Much obliged for the request, Kivelia. And before we jump in, reminder, it's a half past the hour, so we got roughly 30 minutes before we take our next stretch break. But plenty of time between now and then. Let's slap some more keys. Nice. Wasn't expecting a PB on that, but we'll take that. Yeah, underrated. Strongly agree, Cuvelia. Much obliged for the reminder of that song more than anything. So 79 over the finish line 32. Nice, nice, nice. We'll take that. Much obliged, Cuvelia. Let's see, up next. So we recently played Fax. Let's play something with Softland that I enjoy playing. Such a good remix. Captain Jack at home. I'm not sure what I would play for that, Journeys. Chat, any suggestions? That's a good one. I am not immediately sure what I would do for that. Yeah, any suggestions, please and thank you. But I like that, though. Let's see, for now... Let's see, got time for, like, 3, 4 more, and then we'll kick off our next block. Yeah, maybe Celebrate Night, because, yeah, kind of has that similar vibe. I was thinking around that era, but I couldn't exactly think of anything specific. Yeah, I'm gonna chew on that for, like, maybe one more song, and then we'll go for it. I'm trying to think of anything else, and nothing's coming to mind. So yeah, if after this nothing like gets suggested in chat, or if I don't have like a eureka moment, then yeah, we'll I think we'll do Celebrate Night for that.
My name is Mr. C.
Here we go. As we go a little something like this.
My name is Mr. C.
Super fun. Yeah, I was thinking like everything like from that era of 2DX, because like, you know, the old days of DDR. But I was trying to think of something that had like the voiceover, or like the kind of like, you know, loud MC vibe that like Captain Jack used to bring. I still think Celebrate Night might be like the closest in that regards. Like, I'd go with End of the Century if it was in Infinitas, but it's not. So yeah, I think we'll go Celebrate Night. I forget what version of Celebrate Night, but I know one version of it is frequently shown up in DP Dan courses as well. I want to say it's either the DPH or the DPA, I forget which. But yeah, good suggestions, Qvelia and Journeys. Good request. Thank you both. Yeah, after this, we'll do one, maybe two more, and then we've got a kind of a Hoshino block to kick off. AB -1. We'll take that. Such a good song and a good chart too, especially since it's an older chart. Yeah, Kivelia Journeys, much obliged. Alright, let's do one more for funsies, and then we'll kick off that Kanako Hoshino block. I'm not gonna lie, I'm eager to see what else multi scratch spins do on doubles. Sadly, this is the only chart we've got in Infinitas for now, and there's only one of it. Yeah, it's a classic song, Julius. Stuff at MC, Red Zone, Detonator. Yeah, exactly. I was trying to think of like that, like the type of MC that was in line with Captain Jack, but again, nothing was like really coming to mind. Take that plus 62. Fantastic. Yeah, sometimes I have a lot of trouble timing that because of the rapid volume gains and drops. It's easy to sound like you're just being a hair early or a hair late. And then if you actually are, properly recovering is really tricky for me. You know, hooray for timing by sound. Yeah, fun chart. And again, really interested to see what they're doing with MSS in other charts. Whew. For right now, though, it's about 15 minutes before the hour. So roughly that before we take our next stretch break. But first, we have a kind of a Hoshino block from Kivelia. So let's get to it. So up first, we have, I believe this is Gecko. Yeah, it is. It's a good song. And the 8th note's run in the middle of this, though. It's charted so oddly. It's like really aggressive. much closer to PB than I was expecting. We'll take that. Because, yeah, the way that run in the middle is charted is just really aggressive. And the another is just even more so. Such a good song, though. Yeah, heck of a start for the Conoco block. And again, Kivelia, much obliged, as always. Let's see, up next we have Never, which I believe is distorted? No, that's Leaving. Where's Never from? Never was... Gold.
The voice of us faded away. I only left unfaded things. I know always we have so many things. While I still got, I lost the God. But it's a me how they are all so oceany. So at least I will never try again. I'll never look back and look where we're going. I'm with this story to the end without your sense. This time finally I came to this realization. Never try again. I'll never look back and look where we're going. I won't always thinking it's my only first time. I'm really lasting for you. I said goodbye to us those days. Goodbye.
Oof, take plus 34. Fantastic. Honestly, I didn't think today was going to be a day for accuracy. It's been a bit since we last played, and first hour was a little wobbly, but we'll take it. Much obliged, Kivelia. So, 2 down, 3 to go. See you up next. Right, serious. I always keep thinking this next song is from Empress. Much obliged for the kudos, Kivelia. Appreciate it. much closer to PB than I was expecting. We'll take it though. But hey, Tiramisu! Wonderful to see you! Appreciate the good vibes. Hope you're doing well, as Mida would say. Much love from overseas. Alright. So, 3 down, 2 to go in the Kataka Hoshino block. And again, Kivelia, thank you. And after these next 2 songs, we'll be taking our next stretch break. But for right now, ooh, really on-brand song for Resort Anthem. Love the vibes in this one. Phenomenal. Oof, 150 over 75. Would not expect to have been at that early on that, but still, PBs are PBs. We'll take those. Couple more requests for after our next stretch break. Much obliged in advance, but for right now, 1 more to go. Kaneko block. I'm not sure when I last played this. So, yeah, much obliged for the reminder, Kivelia. Let's see. again, was not expecting PB on that, but we'll take plus 19. Good stuff. Again, Kivelia, thank you for that block. Appreciate it. But for right now, it is 1 or 2 minutes past the hour, so it is time for us to take our next stretch break. Maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, got some water. That's what I'm going to be doing, and I invite you to join me. And remember, if there's someone you haven't heard from in a while, even just a simple message of, hey, how are you doing? Could be a world of difference. So just be sure that you're checking in on the folks that you care about. And I'll see all of you delightful folks in 180 seconds. Right. Welcome back, everybody. Before we jump into more songs and shenanigans, I know that Tiramisu recently tuned in to say hi, but in addition, looks like we may have some more folks joining in, so now's a good a time as any to say, whether you're saying hi in chat or just lurking and vibing, thank you so much for being here, making me a part of your day. Same goes if you're watching either on YouTube or on the VOD. Really do appreciate you making me a part of your weekend or whatever day it might be for you. And if you are new to the stream, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is helping folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. So, up next, we just wrapped up a Kaneko Hoshino block from Kivelia. And Journeys is asking for We Love Shonen DPA, which I'm guessing... Oh, we have played it. Yeah, it's an 11.6, so that is... So, Journeys, if you want me to play something else, if you're looking to have me fail forward, let me know, because 0.6 is a little out of my range at the moment, unfortunately. I'd say 0.4s and 0.2s are probably better for right now. Or if you're just more interested in the song, we can also play it as well. Just let me know either way. While I get a response on that, Kivo was also asking for Hype the Core, which, also tough as nails, but good stuff. All right, so more on the failing forward side of things. Yeah, so we'll do 1 or 2 more charts, maybe 3 or 4, just because we've been more in like the 8s and 9s range. So I just want to push into 10s a little bit first, and then we'll go shopping. But yeah, absolutely, Journeys. Such a good song. If I remember correctly, anything that's groovy has DJ Chucky involved. I believe that's the case. Let's see. Yeah, I forget the exact I forget exactly what it is, but I believe Chucky got folded into Groovy. I could be mistaken on that though. I remember there was something somewhere that talked about it, but I'm not immediately finding it on Remy. Yeah, like Groovy's the producer, like something similar. Yeah. Oof, yeah, much obliged, Kivelia. Yeah, I remember that was also one of the first things I injected back on WTF Empress. Alright, so let's keep trying to do 10s and similar, because yeah, I do want to maybe fail forward a little. Plus we've got that request/challenge from Journeys, and much obliged as always. See, up next we also have An Intelligence. That was CB, I think? That's a 0.8. Nope, nope, nope. Ooh, almost had the double. Still will take that PB. Fantastic. Yeah, I love how Rudich has a ton of callouts, like that one being for like flashback 90s and like just old style rave Empress like in general. Yeah, Rudich had tons of send ups and shout outs, given it was the, I think it was the 20th anniversary for IIDX. And yeah, well done in my opinion. Whew. Much obliged for that, Journeys. So let's see up next. He's asking for high save. I forget what this clock's in at. At 10 is likely, or the 11 is likely a bad idea, but let's see. It's a .2. Could also go for the EX on the Hyper. Let's see. That's 107 miscount with a clear. Let's put some pep in our step. This might be heavily remixed, but fingers crossed. Yeah, we'll take that A. Fantastic. Just finished your streaming in 120. Yeah, so some folks know about this. So Twitch doesn't officially support 120 FPS, but if your output is set to 120, and if you are watching it at source, yeah, it just happens. Yeah, I recently made that change within the past like week and a half. I think it's a relatively recent thing. And also, Uka, Kivelia, thank you for the PB kudos. Kivelia, thank you for the request. Glad to get that on the books. Let's see. Let's see. Kivelia's also asking for Blossom. Depending on what this clock's in at, then after this, I think we'll go shopping for that .2 or .4 for Journey's request. Oh, hey, it's over the no play. It's a 10.7. Okay. Showing him another PC to a capture card. That's awesome. Now I'm trying to think of why it wouldn't work. Because as long as your output is set to 120, like, even if that other PC can't necessarily display it, it should be able to still, as long as you've got the appropriate hardware, you should still be able to capture an output at that. You just might not necessarily be able to view it, although I could be mistaken. And, oh, does it go? Okay, fair, Uka. Yeah, Journeys, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, if you do have any questions, like, please feel free. Oh, just fumbled one of those chords, so we can probably get get that with a little bit of practice. But yeah, for a 10.7, especially like rootage, like a DPA 10, yeah, that seems about right. Ooh, that's a good question. So Journeys is asking, so I see on streams people opt for assist clears rather than normal clears for songs they've previously cleared. Is there a reason for this? And Givelia mentioning, like, if they're in an arcade, there's less risk of failing and, like, losing further songs on the credit. Like, that could be part of it. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I know at higher levels, like, once you're, like, 10s and higher, like, if you've gotten the normal clear, then, it's kind of a who cares kind of scenario. That's often why you see me playing on hard bar on lower tier, just because that's my kind of like equivalent, I guess you could say. But if there's a reason beyond that, I'm honestly not sure. But I have noticed that trend. I know for doubles, going for assist clears on like 11s and higher is a thing. For me, I'd rather just either normal clear or hard clear. Like I don't really see the point of putting like easy gauge on or things like that. But that's just a personal thing. But yeah, if there's a reason beyond that, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, good question. All right. Before I forget, Amelia, thank you. Also, Believe in Me DPA. It's not too highly rated. What's that clocking at? It's a flat 11. And it's an older chart, so it's probably like a straightforward 11. Yeah, why not? Yeah, that's one of the reasons why, for if I'm at an arcade, especially if it's like something like round one, or it's not like a like mom and pop arcade, because a lot of machines that aren't on EMUs, and then like they don't have to be on like they don't have to be pay per play. They'll often be on flat rate, or they'll have something similar. Like I'm used to, for the games that I'm like trying to like get good at, so to say, just being able to play. Not even necessarily like worrying about failing on like second or third stage, but rather just being able to go at it. When I used to run an arcade out of my house, typically what would happen is some of the folks that were that would come over to hang out, but they were at like doing 11s and 12s. It was typical rotation play. Like people would do like either one or two sets on event mode, and then someone else would step up. For them though, they'd like, and other folks visiting knew this. They would do what they would call power hours. That way they could like get into the zone, like warm up, be ready for doing 11s and 12s, and then go ham. Like for a couple folks, it was known that like hey, if they start playing, they're gonna be on the machine for like 90 minutes, and typically they'd wait till like late at night or like way after like other folks had left, so that way they could just kind of tunnel vision. And I'm the same way. Like when I used to first start playing Bimani, back when I was going to Tokyo Game Action, like I'd show up when the arcade opened at 12, paid my flat rate, which was I believe it was 25 US, and then I'd be there for, no joke, 12 or 14 hours. Like, yeah, I'd take a stretch break like once an hour, much like my streams, but like I'd do like 2 hours straight of Drum Mania, or 2 hours straight of DDR, 2DX, etc. And I would do games in like sessions like that. So getting back to the original point, so like if I'm ever at an arcade that isn't on that setup, that isn't that is pay per play, I'm there to have fun. Like if anything, I'm usually there for social reasons, because I know other folks are going to be there, and I'm there to like socially hang out with people. I might play a game here or there, but it's usually going to be it's usually going to be games that I'm like just playing socially, like, and I'm not going to be like really trying to progress, because if I try to fail forward, I'm going to like not get all of my credits worth, and all that issue. Got to go to TGA. Julius, I was a staff member. So yeah, a little bit more than I just got to go there. I was a staff member, and it's a shame that it closed when it did for the reasons it did, and that is a whole nother story. But if it wasn't for TGA, like Bimani in the US would not be where it is today. The New England scene would not exist as strongly as it does. Like so much of the community owes so much to Andy and Chie, the folks that ran that game, that arcade. We bought Wii tickets. Referencing that, so the voice sample in Icarus, the two samples, the one that is the second sample that ends with "Where the hell is Chef?" That is Anthony. He was the machine tech, and then he later went on to run Raj at the Garage and Tokyo Attack. And then the first sample you hear is Andy McGuire giving the speech before Corske performed at TGA. And if that recording went on a little bit longer, hope you got your Wii tickets. You then hear me in the background yelling at folks to buy more tickets for a Wii that we were raffling off. Good times. Oh, and yeah, then there's, the fact that at the liquidation auction, I may or may not have bought several of their machines, including that 2DX machine. So, yeah, good times. first sight read will take that. Good stuff. Yeah, the mid-2000s were a very interesting time for Bimani in general, not just in the Americas, but like worldwide. Like that was when like DDR was really like hitting its first peak. We also saw the onset of like Guitar Hero and Rock Band. Just really interesting times. Like there was an agreement between Betson and Dave & Buster's that almost went through, so we almost had 2DX at Dave & Buster's. A lot of wild stuff. Yeah, and I think I know the video tour you're talking about, Julius, which was relatively towards the end of TGA. Yeah, if it's from Arcade Hunters, then yeah, they did some really good coverage. And yeah, I'd say that was towards the end of the when TGA was open too. Yeah, much obliged for that request, Givelia. Alright, so let's see. Up next, so let's see. I know Journeys was asking for either a .2 or a .4 that we're close to clearing. Let me see, what is in the run back queue right now? No 11s. So, let's triple check for any .2s and .4s that I haven't yet played, because I know I've got a couple of DPAs from newer content that I still haven't played. Next Tales is a .2. Around the Future's a .4. Oops. Let's see. Let's try. Just quickly catching up on chat. He's how to make salad core. Closest thing we had to TGA. Oh man, yeah, Peter Pan and Chinatown Fair. I've actually been to Chinatown Fair. I never made it to Peter Pan though. But yeah, absolutely heard of them. Not gonna lie, that's about what I was expecting. At least chart-wise anyways. More importantly, though, I'm glad we got that B on sight read. Whew. Much obliged for that, Journeys. Let's see. Next. Somebody was asking for Wonder Walker. Also, a little more than half past the hour, about 25 minutes before the hour, so roughly that before we take our next stretch break. And then been a little bit chatty, but some really good stuff getting brought up in chat, Julius, thank you. But again, whether you're in chat or just working and vibing, or if you're on YouTube or on the VOD, thank you so much for making me part of your day, everybody. Hope everyone's having a good time with the stream and having a good weekend. Yeah, up next after this, good looking journey says, hope you brought your Wii tickets. And yeah, this will give us a little bit of a breather. And then, yeah, Icarus is going to throw us right back into the thick of it. Still a B, we take those. Yeah, absolutely, Cuvelia. Yeah, like whenever I'm trying like new 11s, especially in like the 0.4 and 0.6 range, like my goal is a B in terms of a grade. Like if I can manage that, like that is absolutely a victory.
So shape up our shit out. Not bad. Take minus 37. The song had some stupid unlock requirement. Really? I'm guessing it was... Oh no, it was Linkle! Wait a minute. Right! Right, yeah. So before Beat 3, yeah, you had to FC Cuvelia, which, call my Y. Yeah, I forgot about that. Whew. Yeah, before Beat 3 hit, yeah, this was FC the one more extra stage, which, what? Alright. Up next, Journeys was referencing, a certain speech at a certain concert course they gave. Let's see if we can upscore this.
And again, Journeys, Cuvelia, thank you for the requests. And Julius and others, thank you for the good vibes in chat. And everyone else that's here, thank you for making me a part of your day. Hopefully my shenanigans are at least bringing somewhat of a smile to your faces. We're all having a good time. Famous last words. Not sure if that was an up score, but that felt like a really strong run. Hey, +9! We'll take that. Much obliged, Journeys. Shit! And before you know me, Daedalus and has a voice clip of me in it. I mean, stranger things have happened. Thank you for the kudos, Cuvelia. Let's see. Midi salad coral. Where's that again? That's one of the newer ones. Onigoshiri. Right. That's a 25 miscount. That is a 25 miscount. Nice. I was just hoping to get the hard clear, but plus 24? Yeah, we'll take that. Ooh. Yeah, I'm glad that we've also got some MIDI in 2DX now that's, like, more similar to MIDI's typical style. Thinking about, like, a Monkey Tank and Cold Pizza. Good stuff. Much obliged, Juvelia. Thank you for the kudos as well, as always. Alright, and 15 minutes before the hour, so we've got about 15 minutes before we take our next stretch break. Normally we wrap up at noon, but we did start an hour late today, so I'm going to be going an hour longer, so we've got roughly, an hour and a half left to the stream. For right now, though, Philadelphia Journey says, again, DPA. What's that clocking as? That is a 10.5. Okay. And we have a no play. Let's go. What's some older songs? Yeah, like, I know that it looks like the Infinitas is moving away from the way that they used to do bits unlocks, and they're trying to get more in line with the other Canost games are out, which makes sense. At the same time, I'm really hoping that, like, monthly subscriber songs are closer to being, like, the N-3 or N-4. Because, like, this month we got something from Tricoro and Resort Anthem, which, it's not a bad thing, but I'd rather the subscriber songs be relatively newer, so... Yeah, we'll take that. Especially on sight read. Good stuff. Much obliged, Journeys. Yeah, not bad at all. And quick reminder, about 10 minutes before the hour, so roughly 10 minutes before we take our next stretch break. Again, regardless of how you're here, in chat, working and vibing, you keep running the VOD. Thank you for making me part of your day, folks. Hope you're all having a good time. Oh man, song packs with older songs. Like, I'm really hoping for that, but we'll see. And hey, 68K! Wonderful to see you. Hope you've been well. Appreciate you being here. got an excuse to play Game Changers. Probably do that right before the break. Let's got Daydream. Let's get Daydream out of the way, because amazing song, an amazing crossover, but oh god, this chart. Yeah, be paying for a monthly pack of 4 handbags songs from the styles. Yeah, that could be interesting. I honestly just hope they start doing more song packs that are the $10 price point, or like the 15 as opposed to the 60, because like in the long term, like yeah, the $60 packs are worth the value, but that upfront cost, it's such a barrier for so many folks. Great crossover, great limit burst, but god, that chart. Yep. Do not care. Still always happy to play that song, because again, amazing crossover from Gitadora. Much obliged, Journeys. I remember Valkyria's DPA we had, I think we had played that? Let me see. Triple digit discount with an A. I think that's what we'll do for just before the break. For now, though, yeah, let's get it on the books. Why not? This could be a mistake, putting on hard bar, but we'll see. SKK, I got the bad stuff since last Tuesday. Flew mild for me. Excellent. Yeah, the past week, like, honestly, one of the roughest weeks I've had in a long time. Like, Wednesday through Friday, some of the worst my anxiety and depression has been in years. So I hear you on that front, 68. Glad to hear that you're doing better, though. You know, small steps. Hopefully, things continue to go better for you. I mean, similar here, like, so I'm here slapping keys. And I have to say, like, aside from having a rough time last week, all in all, I really can't complain, and I'm grateful for that. Yeah, wonderful to have you here, as always, and hope things continue to push towards, where we'd rather they have things be. Nice. Much better than I was expected. Yeah, I was gonna say that was a much more reasonable DPA, especially for ninth style, than I was expecting to hit. So yeah, we'll take that. Plus, yield, good stuff. Got a little bit of practice, might be able to EX that, but the middle was a little rough. Oh, much obliged, Kivelia. Oh, I meant the other bad thing we're all tired of hearing about. Ooh, sorry to hear about that, 60K. Hope you're doing alright. Yeah, it's definitely a dice roll with older sharks. That's one way to put it. Alright, so we've got time for one, maybe two more, and then we'll take our last stretch break. So yeah, let's do Valkyrius and then Game Changers. Or maybe just Valkyrius, and we'll take our next break. This is a 0.2, so yeah, an A with a fail. Not too much of a surprise. Nice! Honestly, did not think we were going to get a normal clear, let alone a healthy PB. Fantastic! Yeah, sour please, and much obliged for that, Kivelia. Thank you. Yeah, plus 90, minus 13 on miscount. Yeah, you'd love to see it. Good stuff. And thank you for the kudos as always. Alright, so with that, it is a couple minutes past the hour, so it is time for us to take our next and last stretch break of the stream. So, maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, got some water. That's what I'm going to be doing, and I invite you to join me. And remember, folks, if there's someone you haven't heard from in a while, even just a simple message of, hey, how are you doing, could be a world of difference. So please be sure that you're checking in on the folks that you care about. And I'll see all of you delightful folks in 180 seconds. Alright, welcome back everybody! Before we jump into more songs and shenanigans, again, thank you so much for being here. Whether you're saying hi in chat or just lurking and vibing, or if you're joining me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much for making me a part of your day. And if there's anyone new to the stream, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just to get more involved with the music game community. So, up next, we've got some additionals in the queue from Journeys. But first, Uvelia is giving me an excuse to play Game Changers. Love this song. Absolutely love this. Ooh, I was completely misreading those kicks. One more once.
Of sound. Are you ready?
Absolutely love that song. So much fun. Much obliged for the excuse, Givelia. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's an extremely good song. Like, I do enjoy the speed up in the later half, but I wish we had more that was just like 100 to 120, like just really aggressive industrial and breakbeat. Also, Find the Cure, wonderful to see you. Hope you've been well. Alright, so up next, Journeys is asking for a boss song that I wish we like had more stuff similar to this. Like we had a bunch of hard Renaissance after this, but we didn't have anything more like really in line with this. Such a good boss song though. I'm not sure how we were accuracy-wise, but I feel execution-wise, that was a really strong run. Find a Cure's asking, do I read the Japanese? Iie kanji o yomimasen. Like, I can barely read hiragana and katakana. But like kanji, yeah, I basically know like next to nothing. Yeah, plus 72. Hot damn. We'll take that. Oof. He almost got the A on that too. Yeah, if that had been a little bit stronger, that might have been a hard clear, which is saying something. Jen, it's wonderful to see you. Hope you've been well. I know you did a charting stream last night. Hope that went all right. Also, did you stream this morning or not today? And before I forget, Journeys, thank you for that request. Ooh. Also, James is asking for Horizon. Always happy to play this. Such a good vocal line. Been doing Sundays for the summer. Fair. Get up farmer's market. 95 degrees and 2 billion% humidity. Oh, that sounds awful. At least I hope the farmer's market itself went well. But yeah, find a cure. In regards to my Japanese, so in like the very early 2000s, I'd say I was barely, and I do mean barely, survival fluent for speaking. But for reading, my Japanese has always been awful. Right now, I'm actually just working on getting my hiragana and katakana back up to speed. Like, my hiragana is fine, but my katakana is still a little wobbly. And I wouldn't mind getting my Japanese a little bit more up to snuff. If anything, really just for being able to better follow arcade news and developments, as opposed to, like, actual, like, everyday use, so to say. That did not feel like PB pace at all. I'll take plus 11. Yeah, such a good song. Jamage, that's mean. Also, Rika, wonderful to see you. Appreciate you tuning in and also saying hello. Hope you're having a good weekend. Yeah, we'll take that PB though. Good stuff. Much obliged, Damage. Oh, Damage. Yeah, wonderful to have you here, Rika. Hope you're having a good weekend. Alright, let's see. Up next, we've got some spicy additionals from Good Luck on Your Journeys. One of them being Uber Treffen, which I kind of avoid mainly because it is just teeth and claws all the way. But yeah, why not? Also, Mix, welcome back. Hope you've been having a good Saturday morning. Also, I'm surprised that didn't trigger my Nightbot command, Jamich. That should be a trigger. Keyword should. Yeah, that didn't feel like PB pace at all. I'll take that plus 19, though. And hey, Laird! Wonderful to see you as well. Hope you're having a good weekend. Yeah, aggressively early on that, but that's fine. Much obliged for that, Journeys. Galaxy. But first, running back Silly Love, because it's been literally a couple of hours. Plus, when we first played this earlier in the stream, we did the Hyper. Let's go for the DPA. Such a good song, though. And repeating what I said earlier when I first played this, did not understand the hype on this, and figured that it was, you know, just overblown So glad to have been wrong, though. No, next month getting a controller. Nice! Yeah, I know that your birthday's coming up, Laird. Exciting stuff. Also, do see, in addition to a couple folks that have recently said hi in chat, looks like we might have had some more folks tune in over the last song or two. Wonderful to have you all here, whether you're in chat or just lurking and vibing. Quick reminder, in case there's anyone new to the stream here, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is helping folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. And talking about folks tuning in, Cleopatra, wonderful to see you as well. Hope you're having a good weekend and hope you've been well. And quickly echoing on that note, I know that I went missing for the past week. As some of you know, over the past week, my anxiety and depression were some of the worst they've been in years. Past like 2 or 3 days especially. Thankfully, managed to focus on small steps, push through. Very happy to be here slapping keys, and more importantly, thank you all so much for the good vibes. Wonderful to have you all here, and hope you're all having as good a day as I am. Song. Much obliged for that mix. Appreciate it. And I know we just mentioned up next we're going to be doing Spiral Galaxy for Value, but first, got Cleopatra asking for Love Drive, which sounds familiar, but... Okay, yeah, it's a relatively newer song. That's why it's not super on my peripheral. Okay. Again, mix. Much obliged for luscious synth beds. Before we go back to Spiral Galaxy, that's a 33 miscount, but that could be condensed towards the end. Worst case, we can run it back. Nice. It's a little worried towards the end there. Yeah, PB0 and a new lamp. Oof, you love to see it. Much obliged, Cleopatra, helping to make that happen. Yeah, surprisingly late, especially in the second half, but good stuff. And we've got our last block of the stream on deck, referencing some delicious drama that threw down on Twitter yesterday. It works. Alright, so up next, let's do Spiral Galaxy. And then after that, we'll have Kung Fu Empire. Really, really great songs. Arms are a little on fire, and I kind of want to do, or rather, I want to make sure I can do Kung Fu on Hyper, so this is a bit of a breather, relatively speaking. AKA the most overrated fighting style. Extremely ambivalent about said drama, but it's great. Yeah, like for me, a lot of what happened on Twitter yesterday was like, this shouldn't be a surprise, and it's really not that big a deal, but for all of y'all that are losing your minds over it, I'm just going to kick back with my popcorn and enjoy the show, because, ooh boy, some people's reactions were delicious. Oh man, I've been trying to get that bumped up to a triple for quite some time. Very happy about that. Much obliged, Cuvelia. Appreciate it. Streaming setup. Super exciting. Hope that's going well, Julius. Yeah, Morticia Adams sipping tea is one of my favorite like reaction gifs, just because A, it's an amazing image, and B, it very well sums up how I feel about things usually. It's just like, yeah, I'm enjoying this, and you do you, fam. It's not a bad emote layer. It's pretty good. And speaking of emotes, I need to redo mine. I need to get some animated emotes more than anything else. Morticia goddamn Adams. Or as some other folks on Twitter put it, oh hey, that's Cher. God, that whole exchange was hilarious. Also, Azure, wonderful to see you. Hope you're doing well. I know you're talking on DMs about possibly switching both cell phones, literally the phone itself and the provider. Hope that goes well. If you have any questions, hit me up, let me know. For right now, though, up next, 68K is asking for Kung Fu Empire. Before I forget, Cuvelia, again, thank you for that last request. I've been trying to get that triple for quite some time. Such a good boss song. Such a good song by Nekomata, too. Before we jump into some Asian jangle, reminder, it's about half past the hour, so we've got roughly 30 minutes before we start wrapping up the stream. Again, if you haven't yet already, that 50-point song request is there for a reason. I always want to make sure everybody, regulars and newcomers alike, are able to request something every stream, no matter what. So once we do hit 1 o'clock, 30 minutes from now, if any of those are still in the queue, happily play all of them. It's just the 500-point request that, no promises, but we'll get to as much as we can. But for now, let's slap some more keys, shall we? Just shy of the double. Honestly, I didn't think we were that close to PB pace at all. Just really happy about that because, in general, our execution and timing has been much stronger today than I expected. We got such a good Nekomata song, and Emperor's Palace was such a good boss collection, too. Much obliged, 68K. Who's less? This Morticia next year. Yeah, fair. Because, yeah, Morticia Adams, also, Morticia and Gomez, life goals, to be honest. I mean, as one of my tweets put it, sir, there's a non-Japanese person stomping on our region-exclusive arrows. Just ignore him. We do everybody else. But sir, he's good at the game. Oh my God. My reaction to all of that is a top ranker has a machine that they practice on at home? Really? I never would have guessed! So surprising! And then the other part of it is, okay, yeah, he's doing shenanigans to get around region blocks. However, are the scores faked? No? He's actually that good? Cool. Then anyone that's upset about him getting those scores, hey hoes, stay mad. Like, who cares? Like, the idea of arrows being region exclusive, like, come on, people. And for all the Japanese players that are like, oh, it's unfair that he has a machine he can practice on, how about all the hurdles non-Japanese folks have to go through just to play the games, period? Cry more. Like, when these games and access is no longer an issue, yeah, then maybe I'll care about who has private machines and who doesn't. Until then, I could not care less. Cry more. Matricia's mommy. Very, very true. And hey, burn marks! Wonderful to see you. Yeah, the drama yesterday was hilarious. Also, thank you so much for the resub. 17 months already. God damn. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. And 68K for Kung Fu. Really chill song with a little bit of like frantic, like, you know, like hecticness to it. Yeah, strongly agree. Like, when those flourishes show up and when those percussion fills show up are just perfectly orchestrated. Again, amazing boss song. Yeah, there's an argument about access. It's more credible coming from record book. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I mean, you know, I don't have a lot of money, but I try to be careful with who I support, and I will leave it at that for now. Right. So, right now, 20 minutes before the hour, so we got about 20 minutes before we start wrapping up. We still have a block in the queue from Cleopatra. Lagarde, you have a request that says, time for some pain, period, V. So are you requesting V or something else? Because I know V Hyper is a bit of a stamina hit. So if you could clarify that, much appreciated. While I get an answer on that, though, we do have some very spicy additionals from Journeys. So let's play one of those in the meantime. I doubt we'll push this up to an A, but it's never going to happen if we don't try. So... yeah, exactly, Qvelia. Like, I remember when Beast Rover came out on the world map, like, it showed one of, like, the location pin marks being in Europe, and there was a meme on Twitter for a while of, like, look, Konami does know where Europe is, because, yeah, European support, oh, God, like, thoughts and prayers. Horizon can't unlock anything in Chrono Circle. Well, I mean, on the one hand, like, yeah, you can't play every day, because, you know, it's not as prevalent and easy to get to. On the other, who the heck makes a daily login bonus part of unlocking content in an arcade game? Like, how high off your mind do you have to be to think that that's a good decision? Ashley, wonderful to see you as well. I know Burnmarks recently tuned in and said hi. But it looks like we might have a few other folks joining in as well. And before I forget to mention, thank you all so much for being here. And we've got quite a few folks in chat at the moment. Also, quite a fair number getting their lurk on. Wonderful to have you all here. And again, if you're here on the VOD or on YouTube, regardless of how you're here, appreciate you all making me a part of your day, everybody. I hope folks are enjoying my shenanigans and having a good weekend. I know I played Ubertreffen a little while ago, but like all of the Taka tribute to box songs are just like not even 0 to 60, just immediately like all teeth and claws right out of the gate. Such good stuff though. Oh hey! I did not think I got that bumped up at all. I will take that A on the books though. Good stuff. Much obliged for that, Journeys. Thank you for the kudos, Julius and Cuvelia. Appreciate it. Also, Liard, I know you were requesting, you said, quote, unquote, time for some pain V. Again, not sure if you meant, like, literally V. If you could let me know in chat, that'd be good. And Ashley, for Blood Song, do you mean Bloody Tears or something else? If you could let me know. Appreciate that. Yeah, the normals don't mess around either, Julius. Like, they are just teeth and claws. But, honestly, they're not overcharted either. They're just, ugh. Alright, so we'll do a couple more before we kick off the last block of the stream, since we don't need to be super on time before we take a stretch break, since we're going to be wrapping up soon-ish. So yeah, while we wait for clarification from Liard on if it's V, and Ashley if it's Bloody Tears. Any song with blood in the video. Oh, since you gave blood today, good for you! Yeah, I wish I was able to donate, but, you know, I've both got anemia and I live in the US, and since I'm gay, wop wop. Anything with blood in the video. Now I'm trying to think of songs that have blood in the video, and I'm blanking. Chat, help, please. In the meantime, though, Yoladri's asking for at least 100 seconds. So we'll play that, and then we'll also get some suggestions from chat for blood in the BGA. I'm trying to remember if the spotted generics have blood in the BGA, and I honestly do not remember. Ooh. Especially Eraser Motor Phantom for the blood vessels. I completely forgot about that. Good call, Cuvelia. I might go with Eraser Motor Phantom just because, like, also sound-wise, like, that sounds like a song that's out for blood. So yeah, if I don't hear any stronger recommendations, we'll probably go with that. Vampire Killer, no. Bloody Tears, yes. Take that -2, because timing on that is interesting. But, man, what a good representation to get Adora. Always happy to play that. Much obliged, Yaladre. Yaladre. Need to stop mispronouncing that. Surprised I know this stuff. Too much video watching on YouTube. Like, for me, like, yeah, sometimes I'll completely forget certain little bits of trivia about 2DX or Bumani in general, and then other times it's like, why do I remember this? Well, it's more that, it's a relatively newer, nickname, so whatever habit sets in is, like, going to be permanent for life. So while, the ink hasn't finished drying, so to say, I want to make sure I get it right. Yeah, absolutely a classic, Julius. Yeah, the original crossover anthem, and rightfully so. The song is S tier. So yeah, let's do Eraser Motor as the blood song for Ashley. And again, kudos on you for donating today. Then we'll kick off the last block of the stream from Cleopatra. Again, Laird, if you could clarify on your request, I haven't forgotten it. I just want to make sure we play something appropriate. But for right now... Ooh, Toad Streep would work too. Yeah, because of the ending. I was actually trying to think of boss songs that might have had, like, something in their ending, and I couldn't immediately remember that one, but that's I did have a train of thought going in that direction, Qvelia. Good call. And you know, to be honest, haven't played Toad Streep in a while, so I'm going to toss that in the queue for later. I'll take plus 27. Good stuff. First time giving blood, definitely do it again. Yeah, honestly, good on you. Like if it wasn't for me having a blood condition, you know, in addition to being gay in the U.S. and having to deal with idiotic laws, I actively donate myself. But yeah, good on you. Resistance on song. Outside the box. No, you were not morbid at all, actually. Like, if anything, like, open-ended requests like that like, get us thinking, like, not just me, but Chad as well, like, ooh, you'll love to see it. And yeah, strongly agree, Kitty Catastrophe. It also, gives us ample excuse to appropriately dunk on the U.S. health system. Also, Kitty, wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend. Now, before we kick off this next and last block, I do want to echo that. Thank you all so much for being here. Really do appreciate you all tuning in. Hope everyone's having a good time, whether you're in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you're on the VOD or on YouTube. And again, I am sorry for going missing last week. As some of you might know, anxiety and depression were some of the worst it's been in years, especially the past couple days. And just glad I was able to focus on small steps, day at a time, and push through. And really happy to be here slapping keys and having all of you here with me. Thank you so much. So up next, because again, Leah, still haven't gotten that clarification on that song request yet. Haven't forgotten though. But for right now, we got our last block of the stream. Cleopatra has a songs you can play on DDR using an Indonesian VPN because, yesterday on Twitter was delicious. So in reverse order, Stellar Wind, since Stellar Rain, Lindworm, Too Late, Albaida, but first, I believe this was originally a UB crossover. I could be wrong on that. Let me triple check. Yeah, this was part of the UB pack. Let's see if we can take this back from Carbon. What does VK have to do? Yeah, so thanks to stigmas in the 80s, I forget if the actual name is the American Blood Bank or American Red Cross, but yeah, there's a stipulation of, are you gay? That means you're at risk, and so we won't take donations from you. And it's been a point of contention for years at this point. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, not just this, but like all of the U-Beat song pack got so much better charting compared to the Poppin' pack, and I'm really hoping that that's like going to be the standard moving forward. Found U-Beat, this is a 10. Ooh, that sounds about right. I heard that this was a boss song of sorts in U-Beat, but I didn't realize it was that bad, Kivelia. Damn. Nice. Didn't think we were hanging on to PB at all. Yeah, I'll take that +7. Fleck Beat pack when? I mean, on the one hand, like, I don't think it's happening anytime soon, but like on the other, like Reflectbeat's song catalog is a lot better than most people think. Like it's a shame that game didn't do better because the song library in Reflectbeat is amazing. And also, Dormir deserved better. Or not Dormir, Pascal. There we are. Yeah, play Pascal. 2DX doesn't have a Ghidorah pack. Not yet, anyways. Given the number of songs that are crossed over, though, and that are in Infinitas versus aren't, I don't think a crossover pack is likely anytime soon. I think other games are more likely for it. I don't think it's a bad idea, though. I just don't think it's as likely as other potential packs, though, which is, you know, a shame. Do really talking more than my stuff. Yeah, true. All right, 1 down, 4 to go in the Indonesian VPN block. And a split second, have to do some digital housekeeping real quick. There we are. Okay. So 1 down, 4 to go. Up next, we have Alfida. Haven't played this in quite some time. Really good song from Spada though. I was thinking of Alba. Statement still stands though. Haven't played this in a while. It's good stuff too. A lot of newer stuff I want to see crossed over. Yeah, I imagine, because like I haven't really kept up on Ghidorah since like I want to say V6 or like the initial like relaunch of the series. So there's probably a bunch of stuff that I just flat out do not know about that I'd love to try in other games, let alone just in the actual Ghidorah.
You drive me crazy.
I'll take a triple-digit PB. Fantastic. Yeah, as much as folks got sick of Hard Renaissance from Yoshitaka, it's still great material. So yeah, you're not wrong, Julius. Yeah, we should be able to EX that. I'm going to quickly toss that in the run-back queue. All right, onwards and upwards. 2 down, 3 to go. And again, Cleopatra, thank you for the block. Up next, we've got Too Late Snow. I keep forgetting about this song, because I think this is, yeah, one of the relatively recent crossovers. We haven't done the DPA yet. Let's go. very quickly just see what this clocks in at, because I'm curious. Right. This isn't in AC, so this does not have SNJ ratings. I imagine this is like a 9.5, if I had to guess. Also, a couple minutes past the hour. Again, if you have not yet requested something, please, I'm encouraging you to do so. That 50-point song request is there so that everyone, newcomers and regulars, can always request at least one song every stream. So after we wrap up this block, I'm still going to play a couple more songs. But once we go through all of the 50-point requests, at that point, then I might only do one or two more songs, and then we'll be wrapping up the stream. But I will always happily play all of those 50-pointers, because, again, I want to make sure everyone can request at least one song every stream, no matter what. And again, thank you all for being here. And yeah, Cuvelia, talking about, like, things I'd love to see in 2DX, like, as some of you know, Troposphere is my #1, hoping it shows up in Infinitas someday.
白い雪が降り積もる凍てつく恋心君に伝えられるならもう一度あの場所でこの手のひら舞い落ちる儚い恋心かじかむ指確かめた消えゆく人かけらつかの間見つけ出したぬくもり
Something just didn't feel right. I want to run that back real quick. Sorry, I'm basic. No! Like, there are some folks that always request, like, one of, like, 3 potential requests every stream, and I'm not complaining. Like, y'all have anthems. I mean, I'm the same way. So yeah, nothing to apologize for. Also, just to finish the thought, a CS pack, Cuvelia? Oh, that would be straight fire. And yeah, Gymnopedia. Gorgeous, gorgeous stuff.
白い雪が降り積もる凍てつく恋心君に伝えられるならもう一度あの場所でこの手のひら舞い落ちる儚い恋心かじかむ指確かめた消えゆく人かけらつかの間見つけ出したぬくもり唇言いかけた言葉を探すたった一つあと少し届くのかなやっと二人もう少し近づけるかなこの手のひら舞い落ちる儚い恋心かじかむ指確かめた消えゆく人かけら低い雲が映し出す無彩の恋心白の世界に目を凝らすこの出会いはトゥレイスの白い雪が降り積もる凍てつく恋心僕に伝えられるなら今すぐあの時へ
Excellent. Yeah, for sight read, that's phenomenal. Absolutely take that. Let's see, what is that in this count? 14. Yeah, we can get that EX'd. marking that for later. But for now, onwards and upwards. Oh, come on, my. Haven't had a network issue in a while. That's surprising. Let's hop back into client. We've still got 2 more to go in that block, and plus a couple of additionals I want to play. Yeah, I'm surprised. Usually, like, I'll have delays getting to the results screen or back to the song wheel before I have a network issue like that, but... There we go. All right. Yeah, I think those were Pendule generics. Could be wrong on that. Yeah, just really surprised we had that network hiccup. Humor did such a good job on the new BGM for 2.0. Cannot be close to a notification. Ah! Alright, so up next is Lindworm. I'm trying to remember. Hold on, was that... What was that? Was that Pendle? Was that... That's the coherence. I want to say, was it... There we are. I think this is it. Just triple checking. Yeah, this is it. Okay. I know I was trying to get the hardcore list for a while, but I just couldn't quite get my way through the opening. So I'll just go for normal for now. Again, Cleopatra, thank you for the VPN block. Got this and 1 more to go. Oh! Right, this is Leviathan. Right. Thank you for the correction, Cuvelia. We even got Tomosuke's Remy pulled up at the moment. Huh. Let's see. Right. Yeah, my mistake. Sorry about that. keyboard game would make sense. Worcester Market. Yeah, there are some like crossovers from 2DX to DDR that like I'm not entirely sure were a good idea. Like some of the boss songs, like May and Nageki, like for a keyboarding game, like what is in those songs like makes sense. But for Dancy Box, GLHF. Excellent. I'll take a triple digit PB. Absolutely wonderful. Much obliged, Cleo, for helping make that happen. Good stuff. Objection. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that being an assist. Alright, last but not least in the VPN block, we've got Stellar Wind. Oh, since there's no Stellar Ring. Yeah, a little bit stronger during some of those rolls right towards the end. We might have been closer to PB, but for now, that's phenomenal. Hey, Q! Wonderful to see you! Hope you've been well. Appreciate you tuning in and saying hello. I know, oh gosh, what's their name? They were here relatively recently. Elzoom! Elzoom recently tuned in on your recommendation. So I really do appreciate that. I hope you've been well, though. Before I forget to mention, Cleopatra, thank you for that block. But yeah, for folks that don't know or remember, Q was one of the first people I met streaming, and also one of the first Japanese players to reach out to me. Incredibly kind person. Yeah, hope you've been well. Alright, so at this point, 20 minutes past the hour, and again, whether you're saying hi in chat, or just lurking and vibing, or if you're on the VOD or YouTube, really do appreciate you being here. If you haven't yet already, that 50-point song request is there for a reason. We've got a few in the queue. We're going to play through all of those. And then at that point, we'll be wrapping up. So we've got Night, Night, Night for Q and Rizlim Remix for Kitty Catastrophe. But first, Laird, I believe, was asking for V. So, let's go say hi to Taka. Put a legal function caller in Saint Tech. Ooh, yeah, good call, Kivelia. Almost had that PB. No regrets, though. Such an interesting chart, especially some of the chords that get thrown on left hand. Classic song. Much obliged, Lear, as always. So up next, Kitty Catastrophe's asking for Rizlim Remix. Awesome, awesome song and wonderful remix. Arms are a little on fire from those chords, so we'll give ourselves a bit of a breather, relatively speaking. So after this, we have Night, Night, Night for Q. And then at that point, I'm going to do one, maybe two more. Then we'll be wrapping up. Again, if you have not yet requested something, that 50-point song request is still open for a reason. And again, Thank you all so much for being here. I hope folks are enjoying the stream and having a great weekend. Such a good song. Headphones on, but I'm pretty sure it's 2 a.m. somewhere. Oh man, that's an old meme. It's good stuff though. And hey, Rachel! Wonderful to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm not sure if that song is in Infinitas. Just triple check if that's not one of the relatively newer songs. Yeah, that's not Infinitas yet. So if there's something else that you want to request, just let me know in chat. Be happy to play something for you. More importantly, though, wonderful to see you. And again, Kitty, thank you for that request. Always happy to play Rizzlin Remix for you. Up next, Q is asking for Night Night Night. Love this song. Such a good Naoki tribute song. So good. There isn't a whole lot of YNCO or Remocon, just because of Jazzrack, unfortunately, Rachel, which is a shame, because there's a lot of stuff that I know, just me personally, I'd love to have in Infinitas. But yeah, there's the YNCO Colors remix, and I want to say that might be it. One moment. So for the YNCO alias, there's Colors, the Colors remix, Let the Snow Paint Me, and I think that's it. Nice. Yeah, I'll take PB -3. Such a good song. Yeah, Y&Co might be dead or alive. We'd have to check. And yeah, Q, such a good Naoki respect song. Like Dynamite Rave, like D2R, like all of that old Naoki sound. Such a good tribute, such respect. And thank you for the request, as always. Yes. Yeah, the MM is for Morinaga. I know that's Morinaga and Ryustar. Such a good song. Also, Matt Boomer, wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Appreciate you tuning in and saying hi. All right. So I know we had a request from Rachel for Y&Co that's not in the 2DX. I don't think I've seen what to play instead. So let me know in chat. Otherwise, we'll try to think of Y&Co we have at home. In the meantime, though, again, if you have not yet requested something, that 50-point song request is still open for a reason. For right now, I know we were talking about running back Toadstool, because that also came up earlier because of one of Ashley's requests. So we'll play that, and then depending on what shows up in chat, we'll take it from there. Any Y&Co remix? Sounds like a plan, Rachel. We'll play Toadstool first, and then we'll probably do Colors. Also, Jamich, I'm noticing you have an additional for Winner's Proof, but I don't think you've requested anything yet this stream, so we'll probably play that at some point as well. So yeah, after this we'll do Y&Co Colors, Winner's Proof, and at that point, if no other requests have come in, then we'll wrap up the stream. And again, thank you all so much for being here. All right, yeah, you did ask for a Horizon. I might still do Winner's Proof just cause. We'll see. And yeah, Matt Boomer, at least based on my search on the list, yeah, I believe those are the only Y&Co remixes in Infinitas, which is a real shame. Such a good boss song. Like then, like all of like Linkle Kingdom was really on point. Matt Bowmer, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure I didn't see you in chat before. Wonderful to have you here. And glad you're enjoying my shenanigans. Good stuff. All right. So next for Rachel, we'll do the Colors remix. Although I know that similar to Narcissus, there's a Aphno front that's really, really brutal. But you know, we're about to wrap up, so why not? Alright, I know I've been repeating myself, but again, just doing my best to ring the bell for last call. If you have not yet requested something, those 50-point song requests are still open for a reason. At the same time, if you're just enjoying what's being played, you do you, fam. Just want to make sure everyone gets a request in if they want to. Otherwise, after this, I think we'll do one more, and then at that point, it'll be time for us to have our final incandescence. Excellent! I did not think that was going to get pushed up to a double at all. Love to see it, though. Thank you, Rachel, for that request. Hope we can make that happen. And hey, Binky, Lambo, wonderful to see you both, also along with Moonbow and Arrow. I hope all of you are doing well. Yes, Kitty, FX did get added relatively recently. Alright, so, let's see. Bridal Festival. So I got Wheel of Journey after this. I forget what that clock's in at. Let's see. Let's give ourselves a little bit of a breather, relatively speaking. As always, Lambo, thank you for the request, and yeah, I hope you and Moonbow are having a wonderful weekend. Also, Riku, yes, Hardbrain is in this version. Actually, hold on, let me triple check. Yeah, because that's one of the relatively newer songs, so it's still not quite in my peripheral, but yes, it is. Be happy to play that for you. And Wheel of Journey on Compressor 3, ooh, that's going to be a trip. Fantastic today. Wonderful to hear. And again, want to echo that for everybody here, whether you're in chat or lurking and vibing, or if you're on YouTube or on the VOD. Hope all of you are having a great day. And again, thank you so much for making me part of it. So yeah, we've got this, and then 2 more in the queue. And then at that point, we'll be having our final incandescents, assuming no other 50 show up, which again, happy to play any and all of those that do show up, since that's, making sure anyone that wants to request something is able to. And thank you so much for the requests, everyone. Appreciate it. Such a good song. And I know that was relatively recently, crossed over to DDR. Really surprised that, how long it took, but I honestly think that's a great song to cross over. Much obliged for the request as always, Lambo. Appreciate it. Alright, so up next, I think he's asking for a Wheel of Journey, specifically on Compressor, which this should be spicy as all get out. I did not think we were going to be bumping that up to a triple. We will take that. Also, yeah, Kivelia, I didn't realize how good the bass on that was. So, first off, Binky, thank you for the request, getting that AAA to happen. But also, yeah, didn't realize how good the bass was in that. So, up next, let's see. Was Riku, I think. Yeah, Riku was asking for a hard brain. And, yeah, we'll leave compressor on, because, of course. Good song. Like, when I first played that, I honestly thought the artist was an alias. But yeah, what an entry into 2DX for, like, you know, initial songs. Whew. Much obliged for that, Riku. Appreciate the request and the hype. Alright, so, at this point, we are well past when we were planning on wrapping up. Planning on wrapping up like a half hour ago, but kept on getting wonderful requests coming in. So yeah, no complaints playing all of those. But for right now, it is going to be time for us to wrap up the stream. Before we do that, though, of course, we have to find someone to raid. For that, can't raid someone without first doing shout-outs and thank yous. But first, as always, it's time for final incandescence. Right, I forgot about that. Jamish, thank you for that reminder. Yeah, Fastest Furs is a charity marathon going on this weekend, and I know later today there's both going to be a Res Infinite run and also a Infinitas showcase by Okapi. I completely forgot about that. That's what I get for Brain Spiders getting the better of me for the past few days. Thank you for that reminder, Jamich.
burning.
Still in love with that song a decade later. So that is going to be the stream for today. Thank you all so much for being here, as always, whether you were saying hi in chat, or just lurking and vibing, or if you were watching on the VOD or on YouTube. Thank you so much for making me part of your day, everybody. So I should be live next tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern. Do hope to see you then. But before we do wrap up and find someone to raid, I do want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone that did de-lurk and say hello. As always, I track all of this midstream, so if I do miss anyone or anything, please forgive me. But without further ado, let's get started. There we go. All right, so right at the top of the stream, Qvelia, it's always wonderful to have our favorite healer in chat. Hope you're doing all right, and hope you're managing that UK heatwave okay. Princess, wonderful to see you again, and good luck on your journeys. Always wonderful to see you. Amazing Shake, great to see you again. Also, Yaladre. Get that right. Wonderful to see you again. I know you mentioned some possible stream overlay issues. I'll hit you up on Discord in a moment to make sure that that is all set and good to go. Great to see you again, though. Julius, wonderful to have you here. Always appreciate the super positive vibes for everyone. Really do appreciate it. Also heard you're redoing your stream setup. Hope that's going well. Uka, wonderful to see you, and thank you so much for the resub. Very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Tiramisu, much love from overseas. 68K, hope you're doing well. I know you said you've been a little under the weather recently, to put it briefly. Hope you're doing all right. Great to see you. Find a Cure, wonderful to see you as well. Jamich, I know you're heading out. Hope you're having a good weekend, and I hope you have a good stream tomorrow. And thank you for that reminder about Fastest Furs. Riku, wonderful to see you. Appreciate you stopping by for the first time. Hope you're having a great weekend, and thank you for making me a part of it. Laird, always great to see you. Cleopatra, wonderful to have you here. Thank you for that last VPN block. Azure, pleasure and an honor as always. Burnmarks, wonderful to see you again. Also, thank you so much for the resub as well. Very much appreciated. Ashley Sarah, wonderful to see you again, and congrats on recently giving blood. Very good on you for doing that. Kitty Catastrophe, great to see you as always. And Rachel, sorry for the lack of Y and Co, but you're not the only one that's upset about it. Hope you're having a good weekend, though. Also, Rachel, wonderful to see you again, along with Matt Bomer. Thank you so much for stopping by and following. I knew I was missing something from him then. Q, wonderful to see you. Appreciate you tuning in and saying hello. Hope you're having a good Saturday evening or a Sunday morning at this point. Quickly grab that in my notes so I don't forget it on Twitter later. There we go. Lambo, wonderful to see you again. Hope you and Moonbone Arrow are still having a fantastic Saturday. And Binky, wonderful as always to see you. Appreciate it. And I know Matt Bomer was there towards the end. I believe I mentioned that. Thank you for following as well. So that should be everything and everyone. Just quickly looking at chat. Good weekend and take care of yourself. You as well, 68K. Thank you. And again, thank you all so much for being here. I know I went missing for the past week because, again, anxiety and depression were at some of their worst. And, like, on the one hand, yeah, I've been dealing with that for years. But again, the past week was some of the worst it's been in some time. So all the good vibes that some of you sent me in DMs, I really do appreciate that. Thank you. But for right now, let's go raid Fastest Furs, which is a charity marathon happening right now. I know later today, Okapi is going to be doing an Infinitas showcase, and before that, there's also a Res Infinite. But for now, it looks like it might be a Link's Awakening run. So let's all go say hi to everyone in that marathon. Again, I'll be live next tomorrow morning. I hope to see you then, but until then, please, everybody, take care, be safe, have a wonderful weekend. Now let's all go say hi to Fastest Furs. Cheers, everybody.